Смеемся приветствовать. Кто заглянул, кто заглянет. Ну что ж, если я правильно понимаю, вот все, вот это остров, это фактически заключительный этап. Больше никуда и никак.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Что? Это к чему-то важное?
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Ну, вы там достаточно тоненько, чтобы переградить. Ну, да ладно, да ладно. Владимир, приветствуем, благодарим за пожелание.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
From enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Импровизированный мост. Блин, пеликан напугал. Ну или что это такое летающее? Так, стоп, а куда идти? Видимо, наверх. Тогда сначала вниз. Блин, что-то... Я привык, что маленький птичка летает. Такая здоровенная хреновина. Шины просто разваливаются на куски. Им лет 50. А, тут уже все, да? Это все, что мы тут. Ладно. На всякий случай напоминаю, нашему персонажу нежелательно бегать. А то мало ли. Из вечно дикого леса даже рыцари не смогли выйти. Ну что ж, порадуемся за лес. Он крут. Чайка убийца Егор. Приветствую. Осторожно, огнеопасно. Стойкий запах мазута. Из бочки видно немного топлива, черная вязка. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. The great ghost of the air is holding its breath. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow, a big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Read Col de Mamadakwa.
Что?
Yes?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
Нам едва хватило болевой порог, чтобы прокинуть.
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
Погоди, нужно еще кое-что послушать.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Но нет, к сожалению, больше ничего не послушаем. Фидель, приветствуем. Ну что ж, как я сказал, значит, можно порадоваться за лес. А, то, что Чайка была убийцей, дело раскрыто. Если только она из клюва пуль не выстреливала. Блин, я думал, что мы нашли ту хреновину. Ну ладно, не нашли, так не нашли. Теплый воздух. Подозрительно. Огм. Звезда с мелкими пятнышками. Так, это проход. И это проход. Так, спокойно. Лестница сломана. Так. Куда?
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM.
Но вот опять выстроено вот эти вот предложения так, как если мы будем прожимать по очереди. Я вот всегда не понимал, если по сути это должно быть цепочкой, так сказать, диалога, зачем их разделять? Это не конкретно к данным разработчикам претензия, просто вот очень часто наблюдаю, ну ладно, не часто, но слишком регулярно такие подходы, когда просто цельную речь дробят на предложение зачем-то, вместо того, чтобы просто сделать ее последующей друг за другом.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
Это такой кринж. Давай не будем палить лезть.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
Белая звезда?
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Ну да, все правильно. Пентаграмма, символ местных коммунистов.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Штука выдала Андрюне, что он здесь до сих пор делает.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
До 2 часов будем шастать и смотреть, что здесь такое происходит. Ага, то есть пройти туда мы не можем, только через эту дверь. Хорошо. Меньше шансов заблудиться. Но мы постараемся. Целых 2 очка. Как мило. Так, мы сверху, да, я так понимаю? Орудие. 2 пушки средней дальности большого калибра. Очень интересная информация. Будем держать ее в уме. В скобочках нет, как говорится. Книги, фантастика, исторические романы. Тарелки, испачканные соусом и сажей. Кухня выживальщика. На сломанном дальнометре расставлены свечи. Побитое молью одеяло защищает от ветра. Так, что-то подозрительно. Так, с этим можно поговорить. Со стулом и книгами. Что-то можно спереть? Что это? Футболка, стреломет от Фалн координация. А на нас что? Оу, на нас все еще вот эта штуковина. Не уверен, что нам это потребуется, но внезапно. Ай. Зимний шарф из армейских излишков. Эмпатия минус самообладание. Кого-то обчищаем, тут ходим. На огромную возвращенную дверь должно быть весить больше 10 тонн, с нее отслаивается ржавчина. Монеты. Серьезно? На финальном отрезке монеты? И что-то мне не нравится количество лечилок, которые нам тут внезапно подкинули. Чую, может быть, подстава. Так, правда, не знаю, в какую сторону идти на самом деле. Осторожно, лестница обрушилась. А, то есть здесь пройти нельзя. Очень интересно. Люк заклинило. Еще лекарство. Это подозрительно. Давайте взглянем на эту штуковину. Хотя нет, давайте сначала взглянем на книги и кровать.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
Это на что-то отсылка?
Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
Монетка не видна старость. Я не верю, что наш коп после всего произошедшего до нее дотянет.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Что? Концептуализация 3%? Белая проверка. Ну да, у нас концептуализация на дне. Ну, я, в принципе, без шансов. Нет, у нас, конечно, есть рубашка на концептуализацию. Вроде больше ничего на концептуализацию у нас не было. Ну, начинаем стандартную, так сказать, игру в этой игре. Проверь все вещи, есть ли у тебя нужный бонус. Нет. Ну, я сомневаюсь, что это сильно повысит шансы наши.
Soft covers, serialized fantastic
Целых
and detective
8%.
stories.
Да, плевать.
Animal adventures, not that you can tell.
Ожидаемо.
This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Ну ладно.
You do feel there's something you're not getting here, though. Oh well. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Ну, хоть что-то из этого вынесли. Ну, в принципе, ожидаем. Ожидаем. Так.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Как давно?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain. thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
Порог, ты задолбал.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Не время отдыхать.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Мы не строим героя. У нас тут это... На таймере буквально бегаем.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Мы его настолько достали своей философии, что он каждый раз уже подозревает в наших вопросах какой-то философский подтекст.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
И что мы сделали, хотелось бы знать.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Свет внутри. Регулятор радио.
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life into it. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. The old button is stuck.
Ну вот.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Ну пойдем. Так, стоп, это не то место. Это буквально не то место, которое мы ищем. В смысле? Так мы же залили топливо, когда стояли у этого, ну, у механизма. Ну, в смысле, у генератора, вот. Там же была функция сверху на залить топливо. Призрак, приветствуем. Сломанная лебедка. Цепи съедем.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long.
Я то, что с ним вхожу. Ну, блин. Я же с самого начала говорю, что никогда не знаю, что здесь может потребоваться, и поэтому не могу даже в ломбард сдать весь этот хлам, который мы нашли. Вот и ходим с кучей хлама в карманах. В том, что и с топливом, видимо. Заглянув внутрь крепости, отсюда видно панель управления, взрывчатую дверь. Отлично. А так вот здесь надо было, наверное, брать бочку, да? Цепь? Какую цепь там увидели? Потертая артиллерийская карта с координатами в заливе. Старый птичий шкаф недавно пополнили друамином.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Ну вот, та самая точка В. Или B.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Зачем?
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Diamatiri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Кто-то говорит, соберет тиумутири. Такие сейчас не часто встретишь.
The smoker's a clean person. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside. Keeps it tidy. Prefers to come out here to smoke.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Откуда я знаю, если были справа?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire, Capeside apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
Вот оно.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that,
Да, в просвет между домом 33А и домом 10 видно крышу.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
affirmative.
Ну, да скажем лучше наконец-то, а то это слишком уже депрессивно звучит уже.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
Да.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Может ли стрелок все еще быть здесь?
Where?
Прямо здесь, на матрас сказать. На этом острове.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
We should move now.
Ну, у нас пока еще вроде не пристрелили, поэтому поползли. Спину-то чувствую чей-то взгляд, вы наблюдает, но откуда не ясно. О, это, наверное, внутренний империя подсказывает. Ну, потому что больше нечего. Фиолетовому. А не, хотя да, это все-таки то место. Я просто думал, что не то, как-то иначе это выглядело при выходе, чем тогда при входе. Поэтому слегка дезориентировался. Ну что ж, идем в дверь. Ну или за дверь. Ступай осторожно, это может быть опасно. Да ладно! Да блин, двигайся. Да. Ну что ж. Так. Понятно. Что там за медуза? И это колесо спущенное. Резина... А, это лодка? Сдуто, порвано. Ладно. Да что ж такое? Вот только что что-то было. Небольшие белые цветочки. Просто я вот сюда вот смотрел, но высматривал, есть ли здесь что-то еще. О, белые цветочки. Возможно, это как те, которые, ну вот, которые вот... Блин. Где? У нас же были белые цветочки, я уверен. Вот, вот, как такие. Но это не точно. Влад, приветствую. Надо же, мужик с берданкой. Что это? Подожди, тут сверху что-то было все-таки? Или нет? Потому что тут что-то искрит. Вот когда мы идем, тут что-то искрит. Искрит, я не могу понять, что это такое. Ладно, здесь там ничего важного не было, потому что возвращаться пешочком будет долго. Ой, стрёмно. Вроде она шевелится.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Ура, стрелка нашли, снайпер найден, замечательно, главное, чтобы нас не пристрелил сейчас.
He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Глаз у тебя по-прежнему острый.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Ну как к раскрытию, мы провалили все, что возможно. Приветствуем, Дейрон. Ты пожарник.
The what now? I can't hear you.
Не ты недавно сказал двум ребятишкам погасить костер, двум близнецам.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
Трепет, вот и все. Но у нас трепета вроде не очень много, так что...
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Впечатление 1,5 пригорания. Это закрыл защитную дверь.
I did. And you opened it. How?
В смысле, залил топливо в генератор и нажал на кнопку.
I should have burned that console down.
Как ты узнал о моем приближении? Но учитывая, что он смотрит в сторону, откуда вы вышли, я прям удивлен, что вот прям вот...
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Это не рок-н-ролл, это грусть FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Ладно, ладно, проехали, но у тебя отличная пушка.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Это бельмограф?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
Коммуна Синьяо?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
Ладно, мы из полиции. Оружие можно ставить только держи его опущенным. Пожалуйста, без фокусов.
No.
Эй, спокойнее, спокойнее. Ким, не буянь.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46 mm, made in Sinyao.
Винтовка под гильзовые патроны калибра 4,46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Да. Триангонг из Сантьяго.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
Мы просто перебираем варианты. Визуальный анализ, спокойно.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Ладно.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Кто ты?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Знатный мозг прополоскали.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Ты живешь на этом острове 43 года?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
То есть, еще раз, ты скрывался здесь целых 43 года.
43 years and 10 months.
Блин, я уже не помню, сколько он там. Вроде в документах было написано, сколько ему, ну, допустим.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Не мог сдаться.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minnow points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Интересно, не в курсе, что это мы там позажигали?
Always waiting
Что?
for her to return.
Her who?
Girl child revolution.
Чего? Ну, допустим, первый вариант.
I am not a fool. I know the material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
Ух, внушение, тютелька в тютельку внезапно влетела. Ну давай, говори. И что же ты сделал?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
Ладно. Ты сказал, что оставил свое подразделение.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Вера.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
Для чего?
for reaction to take hold.
Реакция?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Окей. И когда это случилось?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark Magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
Но ни в какой штаб ты не пошел.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Airships, multi-rotored airships used in the landing.
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Видел что?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Окей. Ладно, что это за остров?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
И зачем оно нужно?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
Ты говоришь о возвращении Реваншоля.
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Чего? Причем я даже не могу высказать сейчас претензии к построению причинно-следственных связей и разработчикам, потому что мы говорим с укуренным дедом, половину укуренным, который укурили еще сколько тут, 43 года 10 месяцев назад, и он так и не отошел от этого.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Iblis.
Иблис.
The black-eyed angel.
Окей. Ладно, как тебе удалось выживать все это время?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
Минуточку. Это был твой выбор. Ты мог стать самозанятым. Разработать. Чего, блин? Вопрос. Какой из двух пунктов мне подсказывает риторика? Тут даже близко предположить невозможно. И да, детка, конечно, жаль. Но, конечно, у него выводы прошли вот своеобразные. У него сработал инстинкт самосохранения, и он решил, что это знак. Да. Очевидно, первый. Ну, просто это настолько тупо звучит. Забей, что ты крал?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Жалко, поздно.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
Ну, Егор, на самом деле он дошел до жизни такой, потому что, ну, всем было банально начхать. Тут вопрос даже не в идеологии, просто в самой ситуации. У них там в Ревашоле такая ситуация, что просто банально всем начхать. Он прятался, а его, скорее всего, даже никто никогда не искал.
He does seem frail, gaunt for his age, more like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
Слышь, анализ, вот тебя не спрашивали.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Да ладно, игрушечная. Вон, Ким двоих, ладно, одного завалил. Второго, я так понял, как мне объяснили, там с другой стороны расстреливали. Хотя, по-моему, там еще и... Ну, хотя я не уверен. Мы не видели точно. Но одного он точно подстрелил. Буквально как белку в глаз. Ну, это странный ответ. Но ситуация серьезная.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Есть дурамин. Не знаю, что это такое, но персонаж утверждает, что он есть.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
Дурамин, небось, уважаешь? Зачем? Если мы уже говорили про дурамин. Ну, возможно, ошибка перевода какая-то.
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
Так, Егор, в том-то и проблема. Он не пытался себя оправдать за дезертирство. Его после дезертирства банально переклинило. Он даже не пытается оправдаться, его просто переклинило на определенной цели, и он вот ее просто вот слепо придерживался. Как же ты справлялся психологически? Да никак он не справлялся.
I haven't.
Он сам
I have
говорит.
holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Давайте послушаем лейтенанта.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round.
В смысле, он не оправдывает дезертирство. Ситуация такая, что он дезертировал, потом увидел, что за мракобесие началось, и его просто переклинило. Вот просто переклинило на том, что вот те, кто вот это сделал, людьми считаться не могут. И поэтому он тоже партизанит тут, и у них 40 с лишним лет. Это он даже не оправдывается. Он это просто у него, я не знаю, принцип жизни такой.
It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Как тебе удалось скрываться? Да никак.
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
Как ты перемещался?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Дэн, я так подозреваю, что Егор просто немножко перепутал слово «оправдание» с «искуплением». Возможно, Егор пытается сказать, что дед вот таким вот странным методом пытался искупить свое дезертирство, а не оправдать его. Так. Тайник с оружием под Сенгисен 22Б, указал у него в подвале. Там ты бывал?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Под зданием 5 есть небольшой бункер. Ты там останавливался?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Себя убили?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Отвратительно. Говорится, не одобряем. Еще один вопрос. Ты куришь?
I do.
На бывшей земле курил?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Куда он хочет его послать, я не могу понять.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Понятная эмпатия.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Ты сказал, что это твоя бессрочная капитуляция.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
И так есть настроение добра. Да, вот старику с таким мышлением только это и говорить. Мы не наняты коалиции, мы просто пытаемся помогать людям.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. The enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
Как же он напуган.
Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Коммунары подписали Варшавский акт о капитуляции.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
he just wipes the blood from his chin.
Понятно.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing and sporting goods. It's not real.
Нет, Дэрн, мы не связывать, потому что игра сказала, что если я пытаюсь связаться, я обрубаю все другие концы. Я решил, что раз мы так или иначе будем обрубать концы, то лучше уж завершить расследование. Ну, как получилось, не очень. Эх, ты солдат армии коммунистов. Почему этот вопрос идет последним?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Но ты сказал, что прошел подготовку, тебя отправили в отряд обороны.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar.
А, тут он такой
By the
фанатичный оказался
party.
при этом.
These things used to mean something.
И чем же занимается политкомиссар?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
То есть ты был кем-то вроде священника.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
Ну-ну. Значит, ты подготовленный коммунист, так?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Угадайте, я моралист. Нафига? Промолчим.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Самообладание 2. Вообще без шансов. Для чего ты используешь винтовку?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that.
Так, ну да, не из таких.
I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
Экивоков? Имеется в виду не виляя.
No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Чё? Охрененный набор выбора. Риторика требует говорить прямо. Координация говорит говорить криво. Внушение просто говорит говорить. Офигенно. Что?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you. And in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
Привет, трепет, давно не виделись.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
Охрененно, все не то, чем кажется. Возможно, у нас просто не хватает трепета, чтобы еще глубже проникнуться вот этим происходящим или чего-то еще, но яснее ни хрена не стало. Подтверди свои слова.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
А что риторик нам говорил, я не помню. Ну хрен с ней.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Да чтоб я знал. Элис Кортнер был членом мартинесского охранного спецотряда.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I
A drop
Да
of
блин.
blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession.
Надо избей его энциклопедии, сказала нам логика.
The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Что же я забыл? Какие следы? Экспертиза.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Druss. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Чего, блин? Риторика, блин. Где эти фаски он упоминал?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
И зачем это показывать?
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Не соскакивай с темы, у нас рука орудия убийства.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Драматическим тоном?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have
Okay.
it. This is it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
Зачем бить по голове?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
О, да!
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war.
Самое первое задание выполнили.
Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring.
Кто мог подумать, что это замечание имело смысл? Ну, в смысле, мое замечание в данном случае, когда мы только начали по острову шастать. Ну, который он заметил, правда, я уже прокомментировал, но это уже в частности.
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
То есть он буквально стоит перед с этим подозреваемым и бьет себя по лицу? Ну, конечно, спасибо, голова, спасибо.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Не бессмертный, сказал стойкость. Окей. Интересно, какой марки у тебя обувь?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
Черно-белый спиралевидный узор.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Блин, вот жопа. Блин, ну это красная проверка. Дважды жопа.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
И для этого потребовалось ему 7 единиц драмы. Я охреневаю. Ты мог переобуться, вовсе не означает, что не обшаривал окрестности рядом с номером, в котором погибла жертва.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
Егор, напоминаю, этот гений провалил проверку с вероятностью в 97% успеха. 80% я ему в принципе не доверю. Если только не крайняя ситуация.
You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
За окном у жертвы были ландыши.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Нигде у Мартинезе их нет, только здесь.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Молодая женщина Колосье, тебе говорит что-нибудь об этом имя? Эти захуж цветы нашел у нее под окном.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Да, Колосье. Имени ее ты не слышал, так?
My ears don't reach the city.
Ты ее знаешь, так? Ведь она стояла в интимных отношениях с жертвой. С наемником.
With the victim. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Он тоже был солдатом. Ну и немножко человеком.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Значит, ты его застрелил.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you.
Да ладно, не пристрелит же он нас взглядом.
Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
Не открывать рот.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Не. И потом...
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Одно очко вернулось.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Почему ты наблюдал за ними той ночью?
I'm always looking.
Короче, у меня дрожь бегает.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Ты жмешь на спусковой крючок.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
МЛА. Одна. 3%. Когда ты впервые увидел покойного?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
Джойс Месье, представительство Wild Pines.
Wrinkled up whore.
Давайте продолжим.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Упыри.
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
Что именно тебе не понравилось из увиденного в ночь убийства?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
То есть...
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Авторитет с внушением не успелись. Действуют на пару. Ты убил его, потому что хотел наказать ее.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Wiley stands here and rots.
Не такой в моей голове нет мыслей. А, таких мыслей, ладно. Тогда это не совсем такое прикольное выражение, как показалось изначально. Мужчина просто безумцы? Это типа в нашем копе проснется феминист? Давайте промолчим нафиг.
The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue.
Как долго ты наблюдал за ней?
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Что она потом там спрятала?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet-Bru.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Какой-то секретный контейнер на побережье. Ты его осмотрел.
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
В смысле выстрел не из того ружья получается? А, тьфу ты, блин. Это к предыдущему комментарию относилось.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to film. Oh, I mean...
Двигаемся дальше. После этого ты продолжал за ней следить. Так. Он, видимо, почти проговорился, куда она отправилась.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revershal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
Ты смог разглядеть ее синяки через оптический прицел винтовки?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Да вы, блин, издеваетесь! Ладно, давайте кинем скорость реакции. Где она?
It quickly comes to you.
А эти синяки у нее на теле. Ты, случайно, рассмотрел их не через дыру в стене?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ты когда-нибудь видел ее через окно на крыше?
Like that, too. Yes. bending like a bow against the glass.
Дэрон, проблема в том, что я никогда не знаю, какая провальная проверка окажется фатальной. Ты был в секретном проходе после танца в тряпье. Это были твои следы. Ты просто перебывался.
I've been through all of Martinez, every nook and cranny.
И там тоже.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Две проверки трепета всю игру важны. Так, стоп. Одну проверку трепета я понимаю, это у завода. А вторая где была?
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
А, то есть вот эти вот последующие ты называл двумя. Просто я их почему-то как одно целое воспринимал.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Надо ли это упоминать? Хрен его знает.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Поэтому ты оставил высшие цветы у нее под окном.
No,
Тогда.
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Когда это было?
The day after I killed him.
И ты принес ей ландыш.
Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
Что-то вселило в тебе эту мысль, побудило так поступить.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
У меня возникло такое ощущение от твоих слов. Ты согласен?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
И так, получается, дело было вовсе не в нем, а в ней.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Забежала, но помогла найти это место. Она поняла, что из крепости за ней кто-то наблюдает.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, snow falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Elysium Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the snowy sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty.
Эх, хорошо сейчас его коллегам. Я вот про этого парня.
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification in the snowfall, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
Спасибо за пожелание, хоть ты никто не узнаешь, что мы об этом узнали. Да.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Ну давай расскажи еще что-нибудь. Вдруг ты еще что-то видел, что-то не понравилось.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
А поподробнее.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Как так?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Господина Клэра.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
Disappointment, so personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Кто разочаровал тебя? Эврар Клэр?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Edgar.
Об Эдгарде? Братья Эврара?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
Кое-как. Мы не первые люди из города, с которыми ты встречался, так?
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course, maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Ты с ним связывался?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Ну, как я говорил, кому надо, его нашли.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
То, что не выдал, наверное. Но то, что он не пролетарий. Или как там.
20 years ago.
Что?
Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
Сурово.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
И о чем вы говорили?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
И он позволил тебе здесь остаться.
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Ну, Эртурик нам больше ничего не подсказал, просто сделала вывод какой-то. Здравствуй, ты был на компании Корнель Паука сказал, чтобы сообразили беспорядки. Я на самом деле после этого диалога предположил, что он грохнул ту, вот, которая там вот до этих Клэров была.
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
Ну и вот что делать, у нас очков навыков нету. А логика одноразовая. И переодеться нельзя. Засада. Я надеюсь, мы еще сюда вернемся или нет? Я просто не совсем понимаю этот момент. Выходи из диалога. То есть я еще смогу сюда вернуться, да? Ну тогда давайте договорим сразу все остальное, чтобы просто чисто сосредоточиться на бросках. Так, блин, я сейчас вернусь минутку. Ой. Так, ладно. Продолжаем.
Horse. Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Да, какой националистический-то у них тут коммунист.
I remember him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Ты его убить хочешь?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Ну ладно, внушение, не будем об этом говорить. Сменим тему.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In Elysium Municipal, like he will too. Soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty, 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long, he says. Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. A tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water. He's drunk, she thinks, and we all know it. Still, she's just trying to see it in a generous light.
Glad? It's all gone.
Минутку.
I ain't going.
Так, Гурал. Если бы я дрожал над каждым выбором, я бы уже давно скатился в сейфскамин. Просто возникает ситуация вот такая вот. Она все равно напрягает. Ладно. Отобранная винтовка. У нее еще есть цена. Можем, видимо, сейчас сгонять, продать ее нафиг. Улику продать просто. Так, где-то здесь логические очки были. Есть у нас хоть что-то еще логическое? О, шапочка логическая. Менее логическая шапочка. Ну что ж, пошли проваливаться.
The old man stares.
Так,
His lip
возвращаемся
curls
и
into a
пытаемся.
snare at the connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
Да неужели до него дошло? Если это то дошло, о чем я думаю. Кстати, 14 из 14. Притирочку кое-как. 20 лет назад, когда ты встречался с Эдгаром, семья Клэров еще не руководила профсоюзом. Ведь так? Нет, Кусто не появился, Дэрон.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name, licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
А при чем здесь вот это взаимодействие?
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
А потом она просто исчезла.
Called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Эдгар просил кого-то позвонить вместо нее. Ну почему?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
И почему же?
Because she was dead.
Ой, как неожиданно.
Just say nothing.
Риторика говорит, заткнись нам. Причем говорит.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
Ты ее застрелил.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
Ну ведь ты это сделал.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Чё я тут продолжу? Добить его Рене? Давай чуть позже.
It's all gone.
Так, что нам надо? Самообладание, кажется, да? Ай. Ну и да, ну извиняй. Видимо, чтобы нормально сделать это в кусто, надо либо просто на рандоме зарандомить, либо заранее знать, что делать. Нет, это не то. Самообладание, да? Ой-ой. Ну, что сказать, это вся самообладание, которое у нас есть. Найс. Ну, что сказать, у нас, ну, условно, 3-4 попытки. Не используй. Так, меня и не просили представляться. Я прихожу, здрасте, здрасте. Я полицейский, давайте поговорим. Все. Ни в одном диалоге нас не спрашивали, как нас зовут. Точнее, нет, по-моему, в 2 диалогах спрашивали в самом начале. Я не мог представляться именем, потому что меня тупо не спрашивали про это имя. А в стартовых диалогах никакое имя не упоминалось в принципе. Он всегда говорил, что он просто из полиции.
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten. For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
Нет, там нет шмоток с уменьшением самообладания. Просто у меня база самообладания 2.
He's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic hand.
Минуточку, мужик. Мы ща вернемся.
The old man stares despondently at. Aside from the rare erratic.
Ладно, ничего, впрочем, нового. Предпоследняя попытка. Что тебе надо?
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has
Sure.
you slouched.
Чего?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
Чё это должно значить?
Maggot sideways? What are you talking about? You need to maggot up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now.
Что, стать магниевой формой жизни?
Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
Ну-ну. Очень интересно. Где эта хрень?
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years in the urban wild.
Да, для человека, который провел 44 года в городских джунглях, он держится на удивление неплохо. Самообладание предлагает стать титоидом.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Что стимулирует?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Образ жизни.
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Ты вообще в порядке? Память не подводит?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
И эта проверка нам ни хрена не дала. Да. Давайте хоть переоденемся в парадное. Перед тем, как его арестовывать. Так, где очки-то эти? Даст в будущем. В кроссовку, чтобы ходить. Все-таки на стиле.
The old man stares despondently at the
Вот думаю,
logs.
рассказать ему про
It's
Рене
like
или
he's
нет.
forgotten you're there.
Технически он, конечно, нам уже во всем признался. Арестуй уже, хватит мучить. Ладно, так и быть. Пусть живет мечтами о том, что Рене еще жив.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Им, ему страшно.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Неужто цветочки наркотические?
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Последний патрон восприятия закину, что ли? Это слишком жестоко. %28%, блин. Ну ладно, не трать, не трать.
You thought you heard.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
Что, не хватит места троим?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
you come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Не совсем понимаю их дилемму сейчас.
No, listen. Listen now.
На самом деле лодочка-то такая уж и маленькая.
No, no. It would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
Ой, сейчас началось.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Что случилось?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Вашу нахрен налево. Это чё за звездец? Я тебе помню, что это пазмин? Какого хрена такой огромный? Я думал, может, тут небольшое?
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Блин, нам уже говорили, что эти хреновины могут воздействовать на рассудок.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Ким?
I can see it.
Отлично. Но меня эта хрень напрягает. Ты не представляешь, насколько это стрёмно.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane.
И они вот это пытались в маленькую херовину поместить? Да. Я понял, почему они не смогли его поймать. Ну, не считая воздействия на разум, видимо.
What that means, it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Ким, не надо! Оно ж тебя, ну я не знаю, может не сожрет, но все равно! Чего, серьезно? Вы хотите, чтобы мы к нему подошли? Изучите Фазмида, да. Спасибо. Товарищ палочник. Стрёмно-то как.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Звезды укажут на твое тело. Откуда такой модификатор у нас? Что за звезды? Дерн, подскажи, что за звезды? Ну, про феромоны Лену я понимаю. Что за звезды?
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Здравствуй, я не знаю, кто я.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
I exist.
Да оно говорит!
Tell me what it's like for you.
Вундербар? Что такое вундербар? Минуточку, мне надо загуглить, что такое вундербар. Что-то фигня какая-то вылезла. Просто не могу адекватно ответить, потому что я не понимаю, как минимум, часть ответа. А, типа все зашибись? Понятно. Мы общаемся телепатически с хрен пойми какой хреновиной. Нас инквизитор сожгет нахрен. Ну, если, конечно, мы сами не инквизиция, просто не помним об этом.
Fire? Where? I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
Это нечто только что сказал нашему копу, что оно смогло войти с ним в контакт, потому что у него мозг слишком примитивен.
I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
На самом деле, третий вариант вот самое то, что вот прямо происходит. Но я не уверен, что я нормально смогу это понять в целом. Но тем не менее.
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, faintly transmitting. But for a curious smell.
Да-да, а нет, он мылся. Хотел сказать, что ладно.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Ephraitor, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
Я сыщик.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Убийцу.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
Ты разрушаешь его?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Вот когда Кима это интересно со стороны выглядит.
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Световая форма жизни, зашибись. Чего ж ты так выглядишь, что хочется, блин, просто офигеть?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
По кому кулаки кулаками? А, по миру, наверное.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
Стоит ли?
Yes, they don't mind.
А фазмиды?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
С каждой минутой все стремнее и стремнее.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revershaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Безумие.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet.
Планеты. Забавно, мне вроде как нам объяснялось, что их мир расколот.
The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Огонь! Чего? Серость человеческих рук дело?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
То есть, по ее словам, это реальный материум.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Как?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Почему хуже?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Что? Хочу могу тебе отменить 12 миллиардов лет расширения материи. Мы постараемся.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Ким, скажи, сейчас переживаешь жестокий эпилептический припадок?
It doesn't look like that, no.
А на что?
You're just staring at it.
Тогда кажется мне видение о судьбе человечества. Ничего, просто смотрю на палочника.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
В некотором роде.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Пришло время прощаться, больше нет мыслей. Их до этого не то, что было, но те вообще закончились.
No, there is one more.
Мыслей больше вообще нет. Сказать, что это самое доброе существо, самое страшное существо или самое красивое существо. Я вообще сомневаюсь, что есть понятие о доброте. Поэтому будем что-то считать, что мыслей нет.
A series of chirrups surrounds you, like swallows on a cliffside, as the phasmid moves its forearms, timbals visible on the inside of its white stalks.
Ким, действуй!
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
Вот просто на заметку, для нашего детектива это смотрелось еще стремнее, потому что это больше него и нависало над ним.
I got it.
Ощущается, что намеренно проявляются на фотобумаге, которую он держит в руке. Полихромный призрак. Тонкая белая фигура на фоне тростника и неба. И тени перед ней ты.
For all time.
Осторожно погладить лапку.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
В смысле? Ладно, убираем руку.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor.
Спокойно, Верон.
Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
Ну, бывает. Да. Но определенно не каждый день такое.
And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Что там такое в тростнике?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Шлем! Мы нашли шлем! И еще какую-то хрень. И снайперский прицел. Сумрак внушения. Обычно 30-метровый снайперский прицел подходит к большинству, используется неточный, бла-бла-бла и все такое. На низу налипли водоросли, я за время своего пребывания в коллекции фазмида, он явно пострадал от сырости. Да. Дезертир.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Как ты можешь его не видеть?
See.
Mr. Dros?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dros?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Что на нем нашло?
Old age and shock.
Думаю, виноват фазмид.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke?
Что из, ты имеешь в виду империю внутреннюю?
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Он его не видел, Ким. Для этого старика это просто тростник.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dros,
No response.
Возможно, так Фазмиду удавалось оставаться незамеченным все эти годы.
then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Да, ты забываешь его присутствие.
Mr. Dros, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Ну, Влад, видимо, все предполагают, что это мелкая какая-то хреновина. Ну вот, пожалуйста, вот такая вот фигня. Я же говорю, я еще удивился, что они пытались вот эту вот хреновину запихнуть в маленькую коробочку. Ну, заманить. Когда я оценивал состояние, мне показалось, что его что-то стимулирует.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Возможно, точком стимуляции был фазмид?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Не знаю, что такое, он 3 метра ростом, нормально, все зашибись. Ой, не, ну это, блин. Просто вот на момент к основному сюжету это фактически-то и не относится. Но момент действительно внезапный. Причем внезапный, что пипец. Возможно, фазмид воздействовал на него на гормональном уровне.
You mean pheromonal?
Ну, кажется, порой слишком похотливым для своего возраста.
The scope? Knowing of her bruises? His disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean.
Ну, я говорил с фазмидом, он сказал, что разрушает старика.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Конечно нет, мы просто разговаривали. Может быть, в любом случае, единственная цель фазмида остаться незамеченным, а деградация лишь побочный эффект.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Не боись, Ким. Мозг детектива уже не может быть сильнее поврежден, я так подозреваю. Он провел здесь очень много времени. Кто знает, как долго фазмид был рядом.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Да. Но мы кое-что нашли еще в гнезде фазмида.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Ну что им-то это от брони?
I lost.
Потерял его.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there, with the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Отдыхай.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Ну, потопали. 2 с лишним часа сплошной диалог. Я просто в шоке. Ну ладно, я не в таком шоке, как от встречи с Фазмидом. Но тем не менее. Жучок всего 3 метра. Ну, просто предполагаю, что раз он скрывается так эффективно, наверное, он небольшой, а тут такая фигня, что просто ахнук. Да, ГГ пререспонса так, что прям постиг небытие. Поспать на кровати? Зачем? Нам надо торопиться. Не, я в целом, конечно, могу поспать на кровати, но смысл? То есть я знаю, что есть задание где-то здесь вот. Там сюжет. Тут везде сюжет.
The greasy old spring mat.
The offer still...
The bed is quite inviting.
Ну ладно,
You
прощайте.
face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't
Надеюсь,
realize
прощаемся мы не
how
завтра.
tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until
Until?
you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
И все. Ким, правда, пропал? Ким? Цепи? А я не помню, где здесь цепь была. Войди в воду и не выйди, да?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say, then over her shoulder.
Anyway, I'm going to Morova, to live there in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Просто нам внутренние голоса говорят не использовать эту фразу. Но я так понимаю, что мы по итогу все равно ничего не выясним здесь. Ладно.
Is what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. The light from the video rental casts shadows on the ground. She turns her face, and it's illuminated by it. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here, like a pillar of salt, saying,
Hey. I mean, hey to you too? I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Wow, see? A new species.
She is trying to muster enthusiasm.
I told you, good things can still happen. Exactly. Now.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Это, конечно, какая-то путаница с вот этим вот.
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes, not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
О чем перепредупреждал, непонятно. Ну, хоть он не хочет, видимо, пока мы все не прокликаем, да?
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Эквилибристика против, внушение за. О, фигурка внезапно сработала, которую мы хрен пойми зачем приобрели. Крадется.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, I'm just Dora. No, Harry, not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. You know what this means. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Сцепились двое.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
Ладно, зачитываем.
Please, Harry, I just don't have time for this.
Ну типа... ладно, придется самому читать. Он же и сам не озвучивается. Каждый, когда ухожу и оставляю тяготу спящего, уношу с собой кусочек печали. Я несу его в своей груди по Voyager-Road. С каждым моим шагом печаль растет, когда я дохожу до заправочной станции, она заполняет меня целиком. Я захожу в вагон и оглядываюсь. Бла-бла-бла. Это коприемник. И я знаю, что это будет продолжаться, пока я не зашагаю обратно к тебе. К тебе. Каждый мой шаг легче предыдущего. Мне хочется бежать. Иногда я так и делаю. Я не могу поверить, что встретила тебя. Я не могу поверить тому счастью, что ощущаю рядом с тобой. Твоя душа необъятна. Я всегда буду возвращаться за ней.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
Нет?
Then why are you doing this?
Ну, здесь еще целую.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I'm no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
You're a better man now, more level-headed, more normal.
No, it's too late. I found someone for whom I feel the same love I did for you. Only this time, he is more careful. He will not lose me. It will go.
Your heart burns. Through the blackness, you feel the trickle of blood on the mattress below you.
Ох уж там хатовские паузы, блин.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? You know what I meant. We're talking about it again. It came up again. This conversation is about that. It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Ну, нате тогда фигурку всадника без головы.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Да не, по-моему, 0,5 монетки.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Тогда выходит, что фигурки мне для чего не нужны.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
Ей нравились военные игры и миниатюры?
Yes, I thought it would be good.
Почему об этом говорит скорость реакции?
A form of communication where words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea, but she felt obliged by the headless farm rider to give you things in return, things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
Тогда, быть может, игральные кости?
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Хорошо.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Ты даже не человек! Ладно, не уходи!
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. Yes. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago. Oh, yes. This is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Пока. Три часа. Почти непрерывных разговоров. Ауч. Тоже случайно пропустил ту часть, когда играл в первые разы. Жестоко. Ну,
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
как сказать жестко? Парня бросила девушка, потому что у того не было бабла. В принципе, ну... В комментариях, думаю, не нуждается вообще. Настолько круто, что все нипочем. Это был кошмар.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it
Нет,
a job
бывшая
dream?
жена.
The lieutenant nods solemnly.
Все не так просто. Ну, не знаю, она сказала прямым текстом. Я тебя полюбила, думаю, что ты крутой, а ты меня по каким-то дешевым борделям водил. Тьфу на тебя. Вот буквально это я пересказываю вот длительную вот эту речь. Да, она была более трагично обрисована, но по факту именно так.
I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Ну, скажем так, другой информации о ее поведении у нас нет. Поэтому мы исходим из той информации, которую нам предоставили. Поэтому, исходя из этой информации, он мог хоть 1000 раз благотворить, но тем не менее, она его прокинула из-за того, что он был недостаточно крут. Да дайте вы... Ты куда? На выход? А, фу, выход сверху. Перепутал. А, 3 часа, жесть. И сейчас еще, наверное, с напарниками, ну, не с напарниками, а с другими вот теми, которые из участка еще объясняться будем еще 2-3 часа. Подаю сказать так, как будто она умерла? Да нет. Я ни в диалогах, ни в воспоминаниях ни разу не натыкался на факт, чтобы она умерла. Ну, по крайней мере, не создалось такое впечатление.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
Когда он нашел там записку, фотографию, и у него там ностальгия началась, я примерно так понял, что его кинули.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Да мы уже знаем, нам полицейская волна и трепет рассказали.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Ну, где вы там? А, да, кстати, насчет дилеммы, когда они думали, как его перевести, я до сих пор не понимаю, в чем проблема. Потому что один перевозит, потом просит рыбачку съездить за вторым. Все. При этом первый следит за посетителем вот этим вот.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Это его нормальное состояние.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Это ты про того огромного этого, наверное, имеется в виду, ну, риторика.
This is the man with sunglasses from the whirling in rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Это нормально. Остальных моя кровь не смущает.
Bothered by it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant.
Для вас нет топлива на несколько поездок. Ну, тогда сам спор тоже бессмыслен, потому что только путь в один конец тогда бы был, независимо от того, кто куда остался. Да и при том, блин, весла, что ли, отменили в их мире? Тут буквально 20 метров прогрести.
Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Да, забудем об этом.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Что не так? Кто вы такие?
Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Может быть, я не помню.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein. Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
Здрасте. Она, кажется, нас пыталась защитить, да?
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Спустя 2 дня. Вы не торопились. Отпраздновали, да?
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
А, вон, кстати, Егор отмечает, что у нас еще одна лишняя канистра бензина в кармане завалялась.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Спасибо, лейтенант.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Что происходит?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
С чем помочь? Он почти дохлый, раскрыл, ну хотя бы нашел примерного подозреваемого, который наиболее вероятный убийца, который еще в этом признался. И у него даже примерный мотив есть, и у него проблемы с головой тоже есть. Чего вам надо от несчастного копа, который уже убился в половину до вас?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
Чё?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
Так.
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
Что? Кто?
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Может сначала введите в курс дела?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Ну ладно, и где вы были все это время?
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Погоди, то есть вы хотите задание на расстоянии профессиональным убийцам просто чтобы преподать мне урок?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
А, почему что тогда не умер, не уехал? И почему вы бросили божественного? Ну, в принципе, он их послал. Ни хрена не... Вот к чему это второй? Откуда второй вариант вырисовывается, он с ним мог уехать? Ну ладно. Ни хрена не ясно, потом просто скажут, что это типа вы чё, я совершенно другой человек сейчас перед вами.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
Да не, почему покаянный бред? Вот жалкий 10 из 10. Ну, можно было бы еще более жалким быть, наверное, но пока не получилось. Больше по занудству все-таки мы специалиста оказали. Ну, не больше так. Где-то 50% жалкости, 25% занудства. Ну и там по мелочи всякое разное. Так. Так, ладно, извиняемся.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do about stink.
Минуточку. Да, мы извинились, но более жалкими мы не стали. Видимо, больше 10 уже просто получить невозможно.
You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
He's got a very, very solid case there. Actually, I've been trying to find a good moment to tell you.
В смысле, нам риторика хотел сказать?
Yes, you often sound like a brutal idiot.
Так, ты консультант, какой-то трейд. Я не помню этого тренда, ну ладно.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilestam.
А ребенок?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Ладно.
No problem.
И что ты мне что-то там консультируешь?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
Ну да, тут личностей 24 штуки получается, да? Некоторые, правда, по-моему, о себе давать не знали, или все же? Хотя, если так подумать... Да, так или иначе проклевывались все.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Подожди, ну ты же даже не блондин.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Если бы ты был менее саркастичным, я, может, и узнал бы тебя.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Ладно.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
Окей. Откуда вы узнали, где меня... Ну, в принципе, его сюда послали?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Чё? Чё?
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
Ну, мы не то чтобы прятались, чтобы нас прям так искать. С лупой. Ладно, что за спецотряд-то?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Напомни, кто еще в нем состоит.
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
Кто?
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Во-первых, кто такой Гийом Беви?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Ок.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
А это Гийом случайно не блондин в темных очках? Вроде того, кем ты был.
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G-Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing for both of you.
Ладно, чем подразделение занимается?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
Забавно, но в русском переводе звучит забавнее. Ну, в смысле, чем вот по-английски. Часть на собранная, часть на разобранная.
The 41st isn't...
Ничего такого не припоминаю.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pearl, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Погоди, социально-экономически, думаешь, я настолько обнищал, что потерял память?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vredefort school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Ну, самый очевидный вариант вот этот, по всей видимости.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
Да?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Окей.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Теперь его обвиняют в том, что он заранее подготовил, это был коварный план.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Окей.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
Какой он душка. Чё теперь?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Ок.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool. No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Ну, в принципе, ответ вы уже знаете.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
А ты чего ожидал? То и похитили инопланетяне?
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Ну, на.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Ну, блин. Ну, координация, что за херня? И нет, мы облажались.
You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and it lands on the ground, some 2 meters away.
Надеюсь, хотя было забавно со стороны.
Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it.
Блин, даже болевого порога не хватило.
He has it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
Погоди, откуда знаешь, что я потерял пистолет?
You lost your fucking gun? I knew it. I knew he lost it. Didn't I tell you? I told you he lost his gun too.
You may have accidentally admitted to losing it just now.
Ну и а чё? Мы бы и так должны были об этом сообщить.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes. You lost your service weapon while drunk, and then you couldn't find it because you were still drunk. You're drunk right now,
В смысле
aren't you?
нашел? Когда я его нашел? У меня нет пистолета. Что за тупые варианты ответа? Не, он сейчас завязка, серьезно.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
Ну, знаешь, такое бывает. От того, кто почти сдох.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Да, неделька до еще.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
наверное, все, третий вариант получается наиболее оптимальный, что, ну, типа, ну да, нас лоханули.
Duped again. Not for one moment do I believe you quit drinking. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. A ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Ну, наверное, да.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
Гад, извинения зажал.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Он поехавший. Ну хорошо, поехавший. В смысле, в положенном ключе. Ну, примерно такой бы ответ, наверное, был.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Бывает.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's...
Ну, да.
It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior.
И какая здесь причинно-следственная связь, не знаю, поэтому окей. Пусть так.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know, but he is vocal about both of them.
Чего? Не было такого. Это уже какая-то дезинформация. Ким, на тебя этот фазмид подействовал.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Спасибо, конечно, Ким, но там мы облажались знатно. Ну, за поддержку спасибо.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Ну да, это случайно. Между делом получилось как-то, не планировали.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Промолчать.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Ну да.
Detective?
Да, по мнению, феромоны, которые выделяет это существо, вызвали психическую деградацию убийцы.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
На меня не смотрите. Ну, собственно, на него. Оно само так сложилось.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Да, сказать, что вы организовали клуб церкви, самое то. Ну, это мы не подтвердили. Вот. Его и так поехали уже считают. Если он расскажет про тайну проклятой торговой зоны, думаю, его более адекватным считать не будут. Ой, жесть. Ну, по идее, вот самое серьезное здесь вот это вот факт.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
А,
This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
блин. Проблема в том, что и первый, и третий вариант могут быть иметь место. Ну, блин, я не уверен, но, наверное, все-таки первое. Поведаем все, ага.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
Да.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Ну так заткни нос, блин.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there, like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
Ну, вот это недостоверная информация, но мы ее сообщим. Я так понимаю, значит, надо все-таки им все сообщить, что мы примерно натворили.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
Ну и да, мы там труп на пирсе нашли.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
Так, а вот об этом откуда знаете?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Сообщи семье? Мы вообще-то сообщили. Ну ладно. Ее дважды, получается, огорошили этой новостью.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
А теперь начинаем самое странное.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Да, вот эти вот вещи.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers.
Я подумал, что у них
Therefore
вообще нет
attracting
пола.
women.
Ой.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
И да, кажется, их способ размножения партеногенез.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Догадка.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Окей.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Я так понимаю, она про репутационные проблемы говорит.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Да-да, недаром обливались всякой хренью. Ну, там вот феромонами позвали опрыснуться.
Without it,
Что без него?
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Ну, про клуб, наверное, не будем говорить. И про приятный торговый зон тоже, потому что, ну, лучше не надо. Если что, там это всплывет. Так что, ну, окей. Хорошо? Вы не против? Поведаем все. Ну ладно. Мы забабахали ночной клуб в церкви.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Ага, а еще я обнаружил там доселе неизвестный энтропонетический феномен. Блин. Двухметровую прореху в реальности. Лучше пусть первый вариант. Зажег огонек местной ночной жизни.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
Блум, ты спал с ребятишек? Окей.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject.
О да! Сейчас мы на такую прекрасную тему сменим.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Ну, мы тут это, конечно, знаем, кто на компании изучил этот вопрос.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
Оно было по пути.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Блин, как Ким нас выгораживает. Ну нет, в смысле, он говорит как есть. Просто... Только благодаря Киму и получается более-менее нормально объясняться.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Ну ладно.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
Да-да, помог детишкам, нашли прореху в реальности. Все зашибись.
So I have to. Jude,
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Волну...
we have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Подожди, а я-то кто?
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Шел 4-й час диалогом. Ай. Кто я?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
Чё?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but
Но?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Это много объясняет?
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Да-да, и коллекцию спортивной одежды, которую собрал.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Копье метателя?
yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
О, отлично. Физрук.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Ну, как сказать, Кун нас подослал несколько сотен раз. Асель... Андрей и Асель, это, наверное, те тусовщики.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Ну, окей. А почему поступил на службу в РГМ?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Ага.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope.
Ладно,
Ocean full of hope.
понятно.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Ладно, 4 час. 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 4 Почему я такой?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Yeah. Dora Engelund, I think.
Игорь Нафинг, чего?
Not Dora Dubois.
То есть мы даже не были женаты, но это он типа расследует.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
А, то есть он с ними уже встретился разбитым. Окей.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Кем она была?
Incredibly bangable.
Нет, именно то, чем она занималась.
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Окей.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
Окей.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
Все нормально. Сейчас наступит ночь, с мутантами еще посражаемся. Все норм, все под контролем.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Ну, это, наверное, излишний вопрос. Лейтенант, что будете делать?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
О чем?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Ясно.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Ладно, третий вопрос сейчас спросим.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Не хочешь с этим в 41-м участке?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
Не, я веду расследование. Вернитесь к нам. У нас хорошо, весело. Задолбаешься.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
Почему этот Джан звучит так, кого-то все время выговаривает, кого-то и обвиняет в чем-то? То есть он сейчас вроде делает Кицураги комплимент, но говорит так, будто Кицураги виновен, потому что ему делают комплимент.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Получит сожаление, с нами детектив Ким Кицураги.
He's really considering it.
Ничего, кроме тебя еще по скидке 6 пунктов личности, Ким. Нет, представляешь, что у них у всех такая катавасия в головах творится. Ой. Ладно. Ну так, коррумпированный коп или таки как?
No.
Нет?
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Хоть какая-то хорошая новость.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Аргумент.
I told you it's not that bad.
Позмит!
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock.
Спасибо, энциклопедия, я об этом давным-давно забыл. Она, как живет в Джемроке на Табернакль Роуд. Она рассказала мне про Позмида.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
Ему лишь бы дело горы.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Ну ладно, раз уж все добили. Расскажите про 41-й участок. Думаю, ни сном, ни духом про него.
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
Круто.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Да, не трещать здесь языками и не проводить тест над несчастным вот этим вот. Блин, ну серьезно, шутка в том, что хоть у него такое вот выражение лица, я его практически никогда и не вижу. Потому что, по-моему, он здесь не появляется, когда мы выбираем диалоги. Поэтому я о том, что у него такое выражение лица, вообще забываю все время.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Тосон и Маклейн.
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
Адилес.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Какая самокритика.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Понятно. Вот ты хитрая жопа. А Прайс это...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
Капитан Прайс, так, кстати, открыл дверь правосудия в Джемроке. Да, 4 часа трещат с этим полутрупом. Еще жалуюсь на его запах.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
А он, судя по всему, времени обстреливает церковь.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Что случилось?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
Что ж, служим в участке кровавых убийств.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Ну, я так понимаю, просто лучшие там, точнее, не лучшие там не выживают.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Ладно, поехали.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
The great district hums in the falling rain. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Grand Couronne, from Precinct 41 to Boogie Street, forking into the rain-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Hiddleston? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Поехали, как я уже сказал. Ай-яй-яй-яй. И ведь самое главное, мы в принципе не могли разделить эту серию. А это просто 4 часа непрерывных диалогов. А ты захромал таки! А как это все уместились? Ну ладно, там, наверное, места много просто. Хотя, с другой стороны, что знает. О! Научил Таукима сходить сквозь это! И других протаскивать сквозь препятствия. Молодец! Эволюционирует на глазах. Ну хотя, судя по движению, дверь должна была быть открытой. Ну так, просто на заметку. Да, жесть та еще. Все. Хидрус пока идут, но как ты сказал... Что за ах тут такой сплошной? Эй, я не знаю насчет впечатлений мыслей. Я, конечно, пытаюсь что-нибудь сказать по этому поводу, разумеется. Но из-за в целом впечатлений, конечно, Дэрон про это уже не услышит. Но, как я сказал, было 1,5 пригорания. В принципе, для подавляющего большинства игр это достаточно мало. Хотя, конечно, то полноценно это уж прям вот очень сильно цепануло. Такая недоработочка. Ладно, так или иначе. Но мы облажались не на полную. Ствол, конечно, посели, не нашли. Но вот такая отстуевина. В принципе, к сожалению, большую часть действий можно нормально выполнить, только если ты уже перепроходишь. То есть, когда уже знаешь примерно, чего ожидать. Так что вот как-то так. Ладно, так или иначе, я все равно дождусь титров пока что. А всем остальным благодарю за внимание. И всем спокойных снов. Хорошая концовка. Ну что ж, значит, порадуемся. И нет. Никаких сцен после титров. Ладно, все.